This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is Sunday evening, September 14th. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. This evening we are going to carve a kitty cat stamp to match our owl stamp. I think I might try to print some out. We'll see. I have a couple of journals I want to share with you. I've been sorting stash. And, well, we'll just see where things take us. Let me zoom in a little here and get set up. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you've had a good weekend. And you will notice that in my title, I put the word chat. Cat stamp carving, I think, and chat I put in my title. Let's go out to my live stream. And I'm going to try to chat a little bit more with folks. Yeah. Oh, I got stamo instead of stamp. Oh, it's right next to the P. I'll have to correct that later. Welcome in. Let's go in and let me set things up. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Stamo chat. Let me get rid of the ad. It is Joyce Boring. Hi, Joyce. Welcome in, Joyce. It's good to see you, Miss Joyce. I think I'm going to carve this cat. Now, I'm debating whether I'm going to put a tail on it. I've done this one, which is, if you don't put the tail on it, it is the same size. Well, maybe just a teensy bit larger than the other one. The tail adds to it. And I'm debating whether I want to make this space in here a white space and not fussy cut it, because if I put the tail on it, I can fussy cut when I cut them and leave that white space as part of the cat, but then it makes the cat look fat. I could do a little tail in here, just kind of around in here, but I'm not sure that that works. I'm almost willing. What do you guys think? Hi, Crystal. It's good to see you. Hi, Kitty Jen. I'm kind of reeling this one out. And of course, this was my first one. Do you think this cat stamp is okay without the tail? It kind of matches my owl stamp. And it'd be very easy to fussy cut. If I leave the tail on the cat and you either have to fussy cut this part out, which I think would be difficult. I mean, it's extra work. You either have to cut that part out in there, or if you leave it white, it's going to make your cat look fat. It's kind of primitive with that. It's okay without it? Okay, good. That's what I'm going to do then, because it makes it very convenient. Now, my other thought is, I think this is 4 inches. I think I can get this way. This stamp is about, well, if I leave a good space around for carving, 1.5 inches. 1.5 inches and 1.5 inches is 3 inches. And that would leave me 1 inch. Now, I'm just saying how, if I cut this at 1.5 inches, that would be plenty. I don't want to get into this problem here where I had to carve right out to the border, and that is really hard to stamp. And so I think I'll cut it at 1.5 inches, which would be right here. Would that be all right? Yeah, that would be fine. Cut it right down there. And that would leave me another room for another 1.5" stamp with 1 inch left over for some other type of carving. This way, and bring this cat down just a tidbit, probably about 3 1/4 inch, which would leave me 2 1/4 left for carving other things. So that's what we're going to work on. I'm going to carve this cat tonight. Welcome in, everybody. Crystal is here. Kitty Jen is here. Joyce is here. Hi, the Veil. Veil popped in. Welcome in, everybody. It's good to see you. You could carve like a small floral border or vine. Yeah, I could. But oh, you're talking about in the inch that's left. Yeah. Oh, got an ad. They pop those ads right up over my chat now. I don't like it. And then they don't let me get rid of it. Come on. Get rid of it. What are you doing? There we go. Oh, now there it's set up. Let's see, Joy says, yes, it would be okay without. You could carve like a small floral border or vine. Hi, Angie Brown. How you doing, my lady? Crystal says it would be cool with a pumpkin connected. Well, I want to make them in the same style as this because I want to make several animals. I don't have a owl stamp out right now. This one is a little bit wider than this one, but I'm thinking about doing a rabbit, a dog, and maybe a bird, and have a set of them. A rabbit, a dog, and a bird. A rabbit, a dog, and a bird. That would take care of one, and I would have a set of 5, and then if I could do 4 more, I'd have 9. Maybe shoot for a set of 10 eventually. But I'm just going to do this as I progress. Yeah, the animals are a great idea. Thank you, Joyce. Vale says, or maybe the tip of his tail poking out on one side. Yeah, you might be able to work it in there. But to be honest with you, I think I'm going to do it just like this because it's a nice, simple fussy cut if you want to fussy cut it out. And if you want a tail, you can always draw a tail on it or put a pumpkin next to it. I want to show you something. I have been sorting and cleaning, and that's an ongoing project. And I ran across this. Now, I had received as a gift from Annie V one of these cinches. Bless her heart. And at the time I received it, I cinched together some papers. And as I was looking at them, I'm going, oh, look, October papers. Now, this one's fairly large, but I think I got these papers a long time ago when Shannon Green was selling her papers. And I'm zoomed in, so you're only seeing, maybe I'll put it this way. But I might cut some of these for my October and November pages. Look at these. These are just beautiful. Look at that background. Yummy. And I'm sure these are not mine. These are Shannon Green's. Is that one page? No, there's another one. Is that just one? No. Here we go. Look at that. Look at that background in there. Isn't that beautiful? That almost looks like an old house in there, doesn't it? But it's just squares. I'm not sure what she used. Maybe it's a leaf going that way. Maybe that's a leaf, but it looks to me, when I glance at it in my phone, it looks like an old house kind of toppling down. And here's some more leaves. That's probably what this is here, only in the different method of stamping it. This is just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful papers. I'm so glad I bought them from her. And it's been several years. But I cinched them all together in this little clamp thing. And look, here's some. And these are punched out leaves. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Look at that. And if you put it behind a page, yummy. And I'm sure these are Shannon Greens. I had a whole box of them from her, but I've used several. I think these are all I have left. And I'm going to pull some of these out for my zine journals. Look at that one. Beautiful, beautiful paper. Isn't that beautiful? I love looking at it in my phone. I don't see... when I look at this in real life, I do not see the beauty of it that I see in my phone. Hi, Becky girl. It's good to see you. She's sewing hymns. When are your dresses due to be done? I think there's another, and don't you call her Maddie or Maddie, the gal who's hosting the Project Dress a Girl? Becky is doing these gorgeous, gorgeous little dress-a-girl dresses. You see the house that I'm seeing, Vale? Yeah. Angie says, Mary, I'm okay. I started my first lace bowl ever today, but stopped because I went to the mountains. Oh, Angie, when you get that lace bowl done, send me a picture. I want to see it. I want to see it. Oh, I'm getting these ads covering up my chat, and when I try to do anything with it, it won't do anything. I get so mad at them. Come on. Yeah. Well, I'll let you guys know when I can see chat again. I want to chat, so it's giving me troubles here. Okay. Becky says, I'm sewing hymns. Vale says, Mary, I asked you when I was talking to you in my sleep if you'd make a bunny stamp. Well, actually, I have a bunny stamp here, or I guess it's over across the way. I got the head of a bunny stamp, but if I could do the whole body, that would be fun, wouldn't it, in the same style. So that Vale, I think that is very much on the agenda, a bunny stamp. And thank you for chatting with me in your sleep. Oh. They're saying hello to Becky. It runs through September. Okay. I love the sound of the texture of the paper, Crystal says. Angie says, will do, Mary. Hi, Belinda Smith. Welcome in. A forlorn bunny. You want a forlorn bunny? Oh. A sad bunny. And even the back. Let's show you the back here. Look at the back of this. How could I make a choice? That would have to be a tag or something. It's beautiful on both sides. Look at that. I see a number 3 up here, or an 8 up in here. Somewhere right here. I guess that's a G. So I think those are alphabet. I'm not sure what paint she used, but it looks very metallic, doesn't it? But it's a smooth texture. It could be that, what do they call that paint? That paint shifting paint. They shift. And here's some green. And this is just a piece, but you know, this would be good to pull out to use in the journal because it's already torn. I'm not on my red dot. Let me get on my red dot. There we go. Belinda popped in. She says, a bunny, floppy ears, and big sad eyes. Aww. Here's that same stamp done in greens. I'm thinking this is that color shift paint. Was it Deco Art to put out that color shift? It's very, very pretty. She might have done this on the gel plate. Nothing on the back, which is nice. Here's some feathers. So I'm pretty sure these all came from Shannon Green. Beautiful. Beautiful. This would be nice in the zine, and this one's larger. It goes, let me pull the, it's fairly large here. It's a 12 by 12 sheet. So this is kind of like a cinched flow book. And here's a sheet of that tissue paper that I've been hoarding. And this might be, I don't know if these came from Shannon. They might have. I'm not sure I did these. These are just splashes. I might have been other Happy Mail too. But I do think these are all Shannon's. I bought a big box of it. And I've used that this was what I had left. Look at this one. Isn't this one beautiful? And it's also a 12 by 12. Just gorgeous. And I forgot I even had this. I'm going through that second shelf of journals and picking out things I thought you guys might like to see. So there is value in doing just painted papers. Just painted papers, and then cinch them together when they're all dry. And then you'll have a book of things to look at this. Steampunk lady. You'll have a book of things to, if you want papers that you can look through to do papers. Oh, and that one extends out too. I don't want to lose my kitty here. Let me move my kitty over. This one extends out to the end. I'm not much of a pink person, but that's well done. And this reminds me of Shannon all the way around, her doodling. Her doodling. And some kind of purple colors and some golds and blacks. And that's the end of it. So I might be pulling some of these for my zine project as backgrounds. I thought I'd share that. The other thing I want to share is, I'm not sure where I got this. And again, I'm going to turn it this way. This is just the cover of a very, very old ledger. A very old one. And it's a pretty wide one. And let me open it up this way. And of course, let me pull the... I either got this from Pearl or from Johnny. I can't tell. I think it was probably from Johnny. I paid $7 for this paper pack. I don't know what I paid for the cover. And it is just the cover in here. It's very old and tattered, but it does have the fly pages in it. I don't see any writing except for up here in the corner. It says... looks like 158, and it looks like it says no or no or some sort of a mark up here. But those are the only marks I see. And she may have taken the pages out of this, but I got the cover to it. And what I thought I would do here and I'm going to turn it this way again, is I'm going to see if my art glitter glue will heal this. Let's get it out here. Got a squeaky chair now again. So I'm going to start. I'm going to pull this one back. I'm going to pull this one back. I think there's two here. It's kind of splitting apart. And this one, it's not completely off, so I'm going to put some glue down in there if I can. Oh, come on, I poked you in there. Let's try it again. See if I can't open up the nozzle here. I need a towel. And it's kind of coming apart in layers. See if I can't glue these layers back down. I found a channel. Well, I watch, and I think it's just Emma. Her name is Emma, and she is restoring an old general store. She's in Virginia, and she's just a little tiny gal, and she does all this work in that store that just amazes me. Today she was carrying out trash and shoveling and leveling off the dirt of the general store in the main room on the main floor. They tore out all the subflooring, and they're putting in new subflooring. And she was leveling out all that dirt underneath of the. If I can, do I need to? No, I think that's good. I'm going to see if that will heal that. This is still okay a little. It's kind of coming up along the edge here. See if I can't fold that back a little. And anyway, at the end of the video, I watched it clear through because I almost bought a book from her. It was $35. It was an old vintage book that she had found. She has an Etsy store. But I really have too many books, so I decided not to. But, or she has a store on her website. Now this whole thing is kind of falling apart underneath. I think after I do this, I'll try to get in under this. See if I need to glue anything under it. I'm not sure. But anyway, at the end of her video, she said, if you want to watch my dad, her mother has, I think, passed away, because at the beginning of her video, she always drinks a coffee and then salutes her mom. And and she gave his channel. And so I went over to his channel to see what it's called, Virginia Picker. And his video that I saw, it's not the most recent one, but the one that I watched, they were going in this Virginia town. I'm not sure if it's exactly what part of Virginia it's in, but they had notified, he's a contractor, a general contractor, and they have notified him that they were going to demolish this old bank building. And he went into that bank, and he had found marble counters, you know, at the teller station, and all this ironwork. It was a bank, and then they converted it into a post office. And I haven't finished watching. Well, I watched the first part. I haven't finished watching the second part. Very, very interesting video. Now, I think this might be left loose on purpose here, in here. I'm not totally sure. Here's that. Let's put some glue on that. Get that glued down. Because I don't feel it. I feel a space in there. I don't feel it being connected to that. And sometimes they do that. So I'm not going to do anything with trying to glue underneath of this. And when I put in my pages, I think I'm going to hunt up, I've got more ledger paper here. I'm going to hunt up ledger paper and some really nice, like resume paper or something. I might have to do a one page. I could do a, you know, keep this as double pages, but I might have to make it a one page thing so that I can put my stationery paper in with it. Or I might be able to double up my stationery pages this wide. But I'm going to make some, and I'll have a lot of space in here, front and back, but that could be for tabs and tags and stuff like that in there. And then when you close it up, well, I'll have quite a bit of, well, no. It's a fairly thick journal. Yeah, this isn't, that isn't sticking there. Did I even get that one? I don't, it doesn't look like, it looks like I missed this one. Let's see if I can get that glued down. So we'll come back to this. I'm not sure when I'll work on it again because I've got I just find all these really cool things that I've seemed to put my hands on over the years. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool, Vale? And you said she'd be back. Sylvia says she says hello to Belinda. Sylvia says, hi, Angie, good afternoon. So, I had to show you those two things. I'll probably put this back with my journals. And who knows, I'll probably forget about it. Vale, if you're still here, here's my bunny stamp. It's not a forlorn one, though. It's a kind of like a bigger eared bunny. But he's a pretty cool stamp, too. All right, so let me turn the fan toward me. And I need to get out my green mat here, my cutting mat, whatever that went off to. Is that it? No, that's my... Wait a minute, I can't see underneath my desk. It's dark down there. That's paper. More paper. Where's my cutting mat? Any cutting mat will work. My ironing board. There it is. All right. This is probably a Dollar Tree one. Just move it over a little. And I have my tools here. Now, I might have to change some blades here eventually on the Speedy Carve. The Speedy Carve carves differently than the polymer erasers do. It's a stiffer, a more stiff. Let's see if there's anything else in here I want. I don't see. No, I think I can put this behind me. I should, this is Greek gods, Greek yogurt container. I should start covering some of this. Look at this old jar. I was looking at that. This is full of broken jewelry, but look at that old lead lid. Isn't that fun? Some of this stuff gets hidden with all those boxes, and you know, I'm going, oh, look at this one. I didn't even know I had it. Well, I knew I had it, but you rediscover it. All right, I want to mark this, and I think I'll just use this S-gel pen. It will probably blur on me somewhat. I want to mark it at 1.5 inch. And so that would be right here. And down here. And then this way, I want to mark it, I think I said at 3 and I think 3 1/4 would do it. Right here. And can't see if I'm straight there. 1, 2, 3 1/4. Would be right there. And I'm going to cut a stamp out of this. A stamp area. Let's put my glitter glue away. I'll still have to open the nozzle again, but all right. So from here to here, and I think I'll just go into 1.5, which would be so hard to see this marks somewhere in here. And usually when I use these pens, they'll blur and they'll get messy. But when I ink up the stamp, it generally... I don't like to use the Sharpie pens on here. The material kind of dries them out. They don't work good on here. Okay, so now I know where my marks are. So I'm going to take, Angie, if you're gone, stay gone for a while because I'm going to get my knife out. And I'm going to cut this piece. And I snapped this blade not too long ago. Let me pull this out. So it should cut fine. But we'll just go slow. Keep your fingers out of the way. Go slow so you don't kill yourself or cut yourself. This came from Cynthia McCoy, and I get her name mixed up just off the tip of my tongue when I'm just chatting away. I call her Cynthia Dooley. When I'm talking to Cynthia Dooley, I call her Cynthia McCoy. But Cynthia McCoy is more comes to these streams, and I think she's a member of the Fib Diggity Creators. I think she was there for a while, and she gifted me this Speedy Carve. I'm through it here, up to that point. And Cynthia Dooley is in our online tatting class. That's where I met her. And Cynthia Dooley has helped me several times when I had questions about, she's a wonderful tatter. Yeah, these ads, they cover up my chat. I can't see you guys when that ad pops on. You love the bunny veil? Roseanne! Hi, Roseanne. It's good to see you. Welcome in. A fancy bunny with the tie. It does have a tie, doesn't it? With the bow tie. Mary, I will be back. That ledger is spectacular. Great pages. Kitty Jen's here. Hi, Karen. Karen K. Rosie is Ghosty in Jacqueline's group. Ghosty. When Jacqueline sails, sometimes Rosie can't make it to the sail, so she tells Jacqueline ahead of time what she wants, and so when Jacqueline counts out her pages, she calls her Ghosty, the Ghosty shopper. I think I have it up here yet. And it doesn't matter if I don't get this nice and even, because I'm going to be carving it out anyway. There we go. And we'll design some other stamps later. I'm going to put my knife away because I don't need it any longer. And so what I'm going to do is trace this cat, the outline of him on here. And see, I've got all this nice negative space, except for right in there. And every place that there's black, I'll be leaving, and every place there's white, I'll be carving out. Let's put him down just a teeny bit. And I took my tape off of the desk here when I got out that big old drawing book. So let me reach behind me, and where's my pictures page? Let's put a tad bit of painter's tape on him just to keep him while I'm... Hold a minute. Let me put it back down here. Alrighty. Yeah, if you want a tail or something on him, you're going to have to draw it on there. I think this is just the right size for it. Want to fit? I just need him to stay on my stamp while I'm drawing around him. Hi, Tina. Welcome in, Miss Tina. It's good to see you. him down long enough just to get the outline of him in here. I don't know if I have a ballpoint pen is really good to draw on these erasers too. This is a gel pen, but it tends to smear. And thanks Cynthia McCoy for the speedy carve. I might try to switch to another pen when I do the inside. But we'll get a bit of him here. There he is. And he seems a little lopsided here. I'm gonna straighten him out just a little. There we go. All right, I want to see what I have here that might be better to draw with. I don't think this will work. That's a fountain pen. R2s won't work. I generally don't have ballpoint pens. Let me see what I have in my drawer. I don't think the Sharpie, let's try a Sharpie, but I think I've tried Sharpies before, and they don't do good on them. I'm looking for a Sharpie. Did I put them in here? We'll try a, no, that's a, there's a Sharpie. Okay, so what I want to do is, let's start with the face. Kind of comes down, and he has a chin here, and comes down like that. And then he's got a nose like that, mouth, and a nose. The nose will be dark, and these lines, I'm going to make them thicker in here because I need to carve out that white space. In there. And this is in here. Let me zoom in a little so you can see it a little better. Well, you can see it, but you need to see it closer up. How is that? Right in here at the bottom, I've got some dark there that I'll be carving out, and I might put a tongue up here, but I don't want to draw the tongue there now because it'll all become black in there. So let's go up here to the ear. I'm going to leave half of the ear covered and half white. Now, I think on this one, I made this part dark and that part white. I'm thinking I'll reverse it here and make this part dark and the white on the other side. But I want a big thick line because those are the lines that are going to be left. All this negative space will be carved out, and all this white space will be what will give him his face in here. So I want a big thick line. Now as far as the whiskers, I'm debating. I don't know if I can carve the whiskers. I might draw them in there. If I can carve them, I'll carve them. But if they don't turn out very well, I'll chop them off. And let's make this ear a little bit more. And we're going to darken this side and this side. And this will be what's left. And then it's going to come around this way and going to come down like this. And it almost looks like a fox in a way. But I have seen cats that have this type of marking, fur around their head up here. So I don't think it's uncommon. This will all be left. I don't have to carve this part out. And it comes around this way and around this way. Like that. Tina says, Amazon still has 12 packs of those Sharpie felt tips on sale. Like this for $12.46. I ordered myself a set. Are they the felt tip, like what Dee Dee has? Can you drop a link, Tina? Are you a mod? You're a mod. Can you drop a same ones? Are you a mod? Do I have you in blue? I can't tell on this. I think I have you in blue, don't I? I'm going to make you a mod if you're not. Whoops, I got out of my chat. Hold on. Let me get back in. I'm going to give you a wrench, Tina. I trust you. Add as a moderator. There you go. You should have one now. They keep giving me an ad. Try it and see. Tell me something. Talk to me. I want to see if you got your wrench yet. Or she might be going and getting the link. We'll give her a minute. Let me refresh my chat. I might have gotten out of it when let's go to all messages. All right. So now I want to put the eyes in. And we're going to give him some slanty eyes. I'm not seeing you, Tina. Oh, you don't see your wrench. Let me try that on my other phone rather than this notepad. I'll make you a mod. I have no problem making you a mod. Let me sign on in here. Well, what am I doing here? Hold on. I think my fingers have a little something on them that's... All right, let me go into my YouTube channel. Go to my stream. Oh, turn the sound down. We got a underpants ad. Add as moderator. Tina is now a standard moderator. Thank you, Tina. I had a hard time doing that on my... I'm going to close out of this because I want to save my juice. I want to save my juice. Turn off the phone. Okay. Oh, I didn't want to get out of that so fast. I'm going to put it in my cart. Because I want some more of those. That's a great deal. Add. I'm changing my password. I mean, I'm not changing my password. I'm putting my password in here. Passwords on these phones are a little bit of a trouble. But I guess it's good to have them on there. Well, come on. Get into your channel. Go to my stream. And hi, Jacqueline. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you, Tina, for dropping this link. And they changed something here to the redirect. I have to go and type the go in there to make it go. Okay. And I'm not totally sure this puts it in my... Let me get out of this and get into my... I think I have to open up my... before it uses that one. It's kind of picky. It puts it out on an account out on the web instead of going to my app. But if I get into the app, I think it goes there. And let's add those. They are, look. Color black. Minus 11%. Let's add it to my cart. Did I add it? Yeah, I think I did. Let's go make sure. Get out of everything except for... Come back into there. Check my cart. I have paper. No, I didn't add it. Let me try that again. Usually it adds it. I might have not hit it. I thought I hit add to the cart. Add to cart. Well, I don't want the additional. It says it added it to your cart. Let's see if it added it to my cart in my app. It's not adding it to this one. See, it's adding it to one out on the internet. Grr. Sharpie felt tip pens. Let's grab the... Come on. All right, let's... What store is that from, Sharpie? Is this it? I got out of it. I have so much trouble with these phones sometimes. I'm trying to get it and it wants to add it to my web browser cart. See, I've got 2 up here, and I don't have any in my app where I actually order it. So I generally copy. Let's search. See, that's the one I recently purchased. See, I'm not getting the same thing. Oh, was that it? No, those are the permanent markers. What do I need to grab here? Fine point, felt tip markers. Go here to my app. See, it doesn't, is that it? No, those are the permanent ones. These are the ones in the package. Those are the permanent ones. Those are permanent. What if I got Sharpie felt tip pens? What if I put, what is it, 12 pack? 12 count? See, I don't understand why I can't find it in the app. It finds the 2, and it finds the permanent, it finds the 4, I've already ordered those, but it doesn't find the box of them, and these are retractable permanent markers, those aren't the felt tip ones. And it won't, when I click on your link, it opens my web browser. And even when I take that link off of the web browser, let's go to that. Let's jump back in. There it, well, here it is on Amazon. I guess I might have to log on in here on my web browser. Well, no, it's... Yeah. See, those are just 2. How come I'm not getting in there now? Let's go back to her link. There. Well, this is only taking me to, is that all of them? Oh, it's 12. Oh, maybe I am getting there and just reading it wrong. Let's go back here. Maybe I'm just reading it wrong. There's 12. This is it right here. Let's add that one to my cart. Now let's see what I have. I have it. I have that. I have some presentation paper because Jacqueline talks about it a lot. I want to try that presentation paper. I have some composition notebooks, half of them, and I have some white pens. One more thing I want to put in this before I make an order. I'm not going to make the order tonight, but I get those sticker sheets, and I might have to go to I might have to do that later. Let's see if I can reorder soon. These sticker sheets, 100 pieces. They are I want to make sure they're the vinyl ones, and I'm going to add that to my cart because I'm going to need some more sticker sheets. Now let's make sure. I got a nice little cart full here, but that's okay. Jacqueline, are you out there? Did you send me an invoice? I don't think you sent me an invoice yet. Yeah, I got 5 items there. Okay, we're done with that. Thank you, Tina. I just saw 2 on that package, and I only got 2 there. I don't have 12. I've only got 2. There's only 2 on the picture, and then it says 12 count down below. Hi, Patty Crane. Welcome in. She said, my dad just called, Tina said. Vale says, holy smokes, that same pack of markers are $28.91 here in Canada. Oh my goodness sakes, Vale. Almost double the price, isn't it? It is almost double the price. We're getting it, what, for 12 something? Let's round it up to 13. 13 and 13 is 26. You're paying almost 29. You're paying over double the price. Holy cow. That's obnoxious. Are you on an American site? Doesn't Amazon have a Canadian site? Are you? I don't know how it works I don't know how Amazon works in Canada, so I shouldn't say anything. But that is obnoxious. If I could at all get them to you, I would, but by the time I sent them to you and they got through customs, we would end up paying $28. That's terrible. Jacqueline says hello to everybody. I think I'm caught up with chat. And let me refresh my chat because I've been fooling around here. Let me refresh chat and make sure I'm caught up before I proceed. I'm only going until 10 o'clock tonight, you guys. But be sure to check Juju and Pam later on tonight. Yeah, I'm up with you guys. Make sure I'm on all messages. And I am. So let's put the other eye on this cat. If I can get it in there. Now I have to, because I'm carving, this has to be a fairly dark line because I have to carve out that white space in his eye, and I have to carve out all the white space around his eye. And that gets a little tricky. We will try. And the eyes, I never get them. On the same, almost on the same plane, but I never quite get them the same. There we go. I'll work with that a little when I carve it too. And he does deserve whiskers. And let's see if I can carve these whiskers enough for them to show. That will be very tricky in there. But if it doesn't work, and they're pretty thick lines, but by the time I carve around those lines, they will thin out a little. He needs whiskers. Every cat needs whiskers. I wouldn't trust myself to draw them with a pen. Well, I've drawn this. This is my 4th time drawing this cat. So I kind of know, and it's really not a difficult. The eyes were really probably the hardest to draw. And the cat, I think I pointed down here, I have black down there that I'll probably be carving out, and I want to put a tongue in here. But I don't want to mark it with my pen because this whole area will become black. All right, and see my Sharpie, my S-gel pen is rubbing off here. And I usually don't have this much luck. It might be this material that I'm carving on, or that she sent me. I usually do not have this much luck with, oh, and this is the Sharpie. This is not the, that isn't what I want. I want that other pen. I want this one. Yeah, this will probably need to be re-inked here with the darker, more permanent pen, so I don't wipe it out here. That S-gel pen that I was sketching with, I threw it over here. It wipes out. Let's put this back in. See, it's wiping out in there. And this is a, well, this is not a, well, is it a, this is a felt tip pen. I don't know if these are water soluble or permanent. I just know they don't soak through when, now I'm only showing 3 toes of the cat's paw. I think Mina told me the cat has more toes, but I can only get 3 on there. And I think I want this, it's hard to see here, but I want a little bit wider in here. And it's, the cat is going to have white paws, so I'm going to mark it in there. Maybe mark it there. Let's finish the toes here. That cat has some big paws. I might make them a little smaller when I carve them. The paws tend to, if I trace around my paper, I tend to extend it out a little further. So when I carve it, I'll make them a little more slender. And let's bring the body up here. So now all we have to do is the tummy. And I'm making the tummy fairly wide so I can get the leaves in there. And I'm just kind of guesstimating it here. Now I think I'll give this kitty a tie, maybe a leaf tie like this and make it black just for the fun of it. I don't have it on here, but yeah. I could have made that a heart, but we'll leave it as a leaf. Mary, what is the product you are drawing on? This veil, this was gifted to me by Cynthia McCoy. I think it's it's Speedy Carve, but she did not indicate that it was. If it's Speedy Carve, it's a thicker piece. This is Speedy Carve with my owl, and it's probably about half this thickness. So she did not indicate, but it feels like Speedy Carve. It's a nice carving material. Well, let me bring it down a little. So I do think this is probably Speedy Carve. Maybe you guys can go up and out and look and see if there's it's not quite a half inch, a 1/4 inch maybe, a little over 1/4 inch, maybe 3/8 inch Speedy Carve, 5x7 block, something like that. If you want to know, I'm going to call it Speedy Carve. It's a nice carving material. I'm saying hello to Angie. Those Sharpie felt tips are quality ink, fast drying, water, and fade resistant, Tina says. Acid free, archival quality. Well, that's cool. These are the ones that Dee Dee recommends. I like to use these in my writing journal because they do not soak through to the other side when I'm using a thinner paper. Like I have resume paper in my writing journal that I'm using now. It's one I made last year. I like them. I also like the Tombow markers, which are a little bit, the ones I have are a little bit thicker, but they make really nice dark lines. I don't know if they're acid free, but I know they are water soluble, but I like the dark lines on them. These have a nice thin line, and I like to use these when I'm addressing my envelopes, when I don't have stamps or labels. Because I can, like on those postcards, sometimes, like if I would put this on a postcard, it would, over on the edge, it would take up almost the area of the postcard. And I can just, with these, I can just get my address in there. And you can write real tiny with these. All right, how is this for the tummy? I think I'm going to go with this. And oops. So we're gonna do the same trick here as with the owl. And I can't see it very well. I think I'm gonna stamp it out. Let me stamp that owl out so I can see those leaves a little better. On a piece of scratch paper. Do I have a piece of scratch paper? And just put that up there for a minute, and we will stamp out my owl. I'd like to have a whole set of little animals. A rabbit, a forlorn rabbit with big floppy ears and flopping down and forlorn eyes. And a doggy. That would make a set of 4. And I have to think, I'd like to have a set of 10. And they'd have to be kind of this shape. I suppose I could do a snail. I don't want to do any 4-legged creatures. Well, a dog and a cat have 4 legs, but a horse would be hard to do. I need something that can sit on its tush. Well, I guess a horse could sit on its tush, but you know what I'm saying. This may not be a perfect stamp, but we're going to stamp this out. Oops, what's flying away here? I found some more paper. to put in my, let's put those scissors on it so it doesn't fly away. A raccoon. Oh, that's a great idea. Keep giving me more ideas. I'm going to leave that there for a minute. I'm going to grab a, I need to get my little book out. This book was gifted to me by somebody who just sent me some happy mail, and I forgot who gifted me this little book. I got to get to it. It's here. And I said I was going to keep it out on my desk. Write notes in. Who gifted me that book? Where did I get happy? Was it Esther? Or, I think it might have been Esther who gifted me this little book just recently. And I'm going to put, I'm going to write it with my, I'm going to put animal stamps. And I want them all in the same style with the leaf in the tummy. So we've got the owl. Oh, I think I said a bird. I don't do good with birds though, but maybe I could do a fractal bird. I do better with those. An owl, a cat. That's what I'm doing now. The forlorn bunny. A raccoon. There's a set of 4. A bear. Yeah, only animals. Oh, a wolf would do good too. A wolf. Whoops. Well, let's do the bear. A wolf. I want to do 10. I need 4 more. A wolf would be good. And of course, I won't get these all done right away. I'll get them done over a frog. Of course, we'll have a frog. A panda. A bird. Well, maybe I'll put the panda up here with the bear. And a lizard. Okay. I'm not sure about the lizard. How I would get him into this shape. I guess he could go this way though, couldn't he? But I would have to figure out how to get the same design. I want this design with the leafies in here to be make all the stamps fit together. I'm not sure the lizard will. I'm going to put a question mark by him. I'm not sure I can do a lizard or a fish. Those would have to be horizontal ones. Fish might work. Actually, I'm going to put these two. I'm going to cross this out and put these two as alternates because I can't picture them being in this format. A lizard, a fish. I need something that will fit this type of vertical format. And I can see that with the raccoon, the panda bear, the wolf seated and howling. I can see it with the frog. I can see it with the forlorn bunny. He's going to be a pretty tall bunny, though. I'd have to think about that a little bit more. A meerkat. Meerkat. What does a meerkat look like? Is that kind of like what do they call that? The Maine Coon cat with the very pointy ears? Let me go look. And I'm in Amazon. Let's get out of that. And oh, that's an interesting animal. That would, let's go to images. That would work, wouldn't it? A meerkat. Kind of looks like a prairie dog in a way, doesn't he? Okay, we'll put meerkat down there. What else are you saying? Well, the deer too has 4 legs. I suppose if I just do the front part of the deer, it might work. And that's kind of what I'm doing with the cat. But, you know, the deer has kind of skinny legs and a... I like these because I can see them being in this shape. I can see the raccoon being in this shape, and the panda bear, the frog, the wolf, the meerkat. See, he's a little skinnier, standing up. Oh, look at the baby ones. Oh, they're sweet. See, something like this would definitely work. I might have to work on the tummy a little. This one has a nice tummy here. A penguin? A penguin would work. One more. I mean, those are good animals to carve, but I want something in this same vertical. And the deer would kind of work, but he's going to have long legs. And I suppose I could make him seated, but what else? One more. Oh, the elephant? Well, I'm thinking, how would an elephant his nose would get in the way of his tummy, I think. An otter, a giraffe, a koala. Let's look at the koala. Well, we got the panda. The panda and the koala would be about the same. What did Karen say? Would somebody show? Wait a minute. I want to see. I can't fix those messages on my notepad. Let's see what's going on here. Where's my... What did Karen say? A dog. I got the dog. Oh, no, I do not have the dog, do I? Oh, the dog! The dog! Karen got it, the dog. All right, this is what we have. An owl, a cat, a forlorn bunny, a raccoon, a bear, and I'm going to do a panda bear, a wolf, a frog, a meerkat, a penguin, and a dog. That would make... See, these ads pop in. I hate that they put these ads in. What are they doing? That would make me a set of 10. Wouldn't that be cool to have a set of 10? See, I can't show those. It says another moderator handled it. One big hello. And see how they pop those ads up? And it goes right over my chat box. And I have to refresh my chat to get rid of that. What are they doing? Karen says, thank you, Tina. A groundhog. Well, the meerkat kind of looks like a groundhog, doesn't he? And a prairie dog. All right, I got them right here in this little book. Don't let me forget. I think Esther sent me this book. It might have been, no, it wasn't Judy Patton. I think Esther sent this to me. A little notebook that I can take notes in. Keep it out here on my... All right, I'm going to get out of this because I need to save my juice. I need my juice. And let me fix the chat here. Chat filter. And chat filter. All messages. Thank you guys for all the suggestions. I can always count on you guys. Angie says, one big hello to those she missed. Belinda, I'll bet the meerkat will be the cutest one. He's kind of cute, isn't he? Those little baby meerkats, I wanted to pick it up and give him a kiss. Angie says, oh, just took a bath. PJs are on and I'm sitting down. I'm just beat. Well, you take a nap, Angie. You know, you guys, I was up almost all night last night. I did that, what did I do? In the afternoon, I did a member stream with the September zine, and I spent way too much more time on that than I should have. And then I sketched Charlie Kirk, and then what did I do? I did something else after that. Did I do something after that? I can't remember. And I'm working on another short. I'm not sure. I might change my mind on it. Whoops, did I mess that owl up? Well, I'm going to have to refresh my ink on this pad. But I got enough to see the leaves in there. Now, I'm not going to have double leaves because his tummy is not going to be that fat. I'm going to put a leaf design in here, and then I'm going to make these little marks in there. My stamp ink pad, well, no wonder. I didn't pull the black one out. I've got the orange blossom. I've got an orange blossom owl. How is that for a hoot? All right, so let's go back to, whoops, let's bring him down. Let's bring him down, or maybe bring this up. Get them situated here for you guys. You worked on zines. Yeah, that was a member stream. The zines was a members only stream. And I did a sketch of Charlie Kirk. And I think it was Saturday night. I think Lori was on at that time. But mine was a member chat. I wasn't public, or not a member chat. My Charlie Kirk one, I started at 8 o'clock. It was not a public live stream. It was an unlisted live stream. And it did not go live until this morning. She was already off. So I was not. That's the advantage of doing an unlisted live stream. Still up too high, isn't he? Is that you can do it at any time without disturbing anybody else. But you can't really chat with anybody in your unlisted live. It treats it as a video when it processes. But the advantage of that is I don't have enough storage on my phone to hold all the megabytes of storage that a live stream takes for like 4 hours. Thank you, Tina. I don't think I quite captured Charlie Kirk in that. Kirk. Charlie Kirk. On that, I have to practice. I'll sketch it again. And I don't want to get into go down another rabbit hole on that. I think, was his funeral today? There was an awful lot online about him today. The only thing I'll say, I'll say two things. I think my next sketch is going to be Bernie Sanders. And I think I will go play, I hope I can find it again, when he talked about Charlie Kirk. I'm not of the same political persuasion as Bernie Sanders is, but when he talked about Charlie Kirk and political violence, he was right on. he, he said there's no place for it in our democracy. He said that's not what a democracy is all about. And I'm not going to go into it other than that. But I do think that I'm going to sketch Bernie Sanders, just to kind of say, I support Charlie Cook and I'm kind of on his side of the aisle. But on the other hand, when you see a person who has alternate political thoughts that don't really, they don't really mesh, but when he's right on about what a democracy is about and how people should have the right to their opinion without getting killed or assassinated, and I really found a little bit of respect for Bernie Sanders at that time. And that really triggered something in me that I really need to listen more to what the other side is saying. And I'm hoping that I wasn't going to get into this. I will say one more thing. I'm hoping that this whole incident is Charlie Kirk's organization is called Turning Point. I hope that this is a turning point in our political, the way they do politics, and I mean, it isn't going to change overnight. We're kind of in the throes of all of it happening this past week. As the weeks pass, it'll be interesting to see if that same vigor for non-political violence will be carried forth, or if we'll fall back into our own mode of political. The politics has gotten so nasty lately. I don't even like to listen to it on Facebook. But I will say, Facebook and YouTube, I've watched several videos today. On the right, it's full of Charlie Kirk. I mean, and that's not a bad thing, but I'm just saying it's happening now. Well, several months ago, when the left was having that No King parades and all of that, I felt the same way with the Democrats, like, is this all we're going to hear? So it makes me stop and think, am I really listening to Bernie Sanders? Not that I support him or his views, but I did agree with him on his stance on what it means to live in a democracy, and his stance against political violence. So I am going to sketch Bernie Sanders, and you'll probably hear me yak about it. I tried to present, when I sketched that, well, first I had to set everything up, and I did a flip through of where I am on my portrait drawings in that book. I'm not a portrait artist, I want to say that, but I like to draw faces, and I make a lot of mistakes, and it doesn't really, a lot of them don't look like the photo that I'm drawing from, but I'm having fun and I'm learning along the way. So I don't want to present myself as somebody who draws realistic, photographic. I'm not a realist photographic sketcher. I just draw as I see it, and I see a lot of mistakes. I make a lot of mistakes, and I know I do. But I do want to include in my sketches well-known people that have different opinions. And I think that's one way I want to go. I think I'm going to sketch Bernie Sanders next. All right, enough of that, yowing. Mary, I'm in agreement with you, Vale says. Yeah. Tina, Belinda says, I vaguely remember that show title. Let's see, what is she talking about? Belinda. But I don't recall if I watched it. Maybe I did in order to remember the meerkat itself. Oh, she's talking about the meerkat. Oh, thank you, Joyce. You thought it was good? Well, I saw a lot of mistakes in it. I don't think I quite captured them yet. As I said in my video, and I'll say it again here for your guys' benefit, if you're watching a 2-3 hour sketch video of mine, feel free to zip through it. Maybe watch the first half hour, maybe if you happen on a spot where I'm yakking about it, like I was into my spiel about Charlie Kirk last night, maybe listen to that. But then I go into a point where I'm looking at the photograph and say the eyes look here and the nose comes here and I'm doing an awful lot of visual analysis of the photograph and trying to mimic it over here. And that takes time. So if you're bored, rather than skipping away, move your little time bar. That does not bother me at all. It's almost a 2.5, 3 hour video. If you even watched 5 minutes of it, I would be happy. I don't expect somebody to sit because I don't do it myself. I very seldom sit through a 3 or 4 hour video. However, I did watch, and I was very interested. She thought it would be boring for people to watch, and she kind of said that. But Natasha at Timeless Treasure, not Timeless Treasure, Treasured Books, did a recent video on, she did an analysis of different types of glue and what works and what doesn't. And I got another ad covering up my chat, and I can't close the stupid ad. It makes me wait 3 minutes before it closes. There, makes me mad. And that was an excellent video. And it was a little bit longer video, but she caught my attention. It was very interesting. So sometimes I will sit through a longer video, but most of the time I don't. I'll move that little time bar along. And if I do it, I have no problem with you guys if you're watching one of my longer videos, rather than just bop away out of boredom, to scoot down to the end, and because that's where I probably show what I've done. And this ear looks more pointy to me for some reason. I don't want that ear as pointy. So when I'm carving it, I'm going to have to remember not to make it as pointy. And these paws, put my cat back out here again. These paws I'm going to have to make a little smaller. I don't want them too small, because then they won't fit the cat. Okay, now I'm going to draw the leaf in here. And let's draw the branches here. And let's make a leaf come down this way. And let's make one go up, just a slender one in there. One in here. Glenda says, I vaguely remember that show. She's talking about the meerkat. Mary, I'm in agreement. Thank you, Vale. And you said, I cried all just thinking about that 3-year-old asking for her dad and that master in jail living. Well, here's the thing. What they're teaching in our colleges. I think Charlie Kirk has forgiven his assassinator, the person who assassinated him. Knowing Charlie Kirk, he's in heaven. Now the little girl, yeah, she's crying for her daddy, and that breaks your heart. But that happened for a reason. And that little girl she's not gonna have the same love from her daddy that she would have gotten if he was alive, but she's gonna get some love. I'm not excusing it in any instance, but it is heartbreaking. What fascinated me was he was turned in by his own dad. His dad, when he found out, turned him in, and that had to take some bravery on his dad's part. His dad could have hidden him or could have tried to protect him from what's going to happen to him. Am I putting too many leaves in here? I'm just going to put a branch in there. I think that's enough. Now let's put some, let's make this thicker in here. And I've got it really thick around the neck in there. So let's do that. Give it some darkness in there. And let's make this line a little thicker. And let's make this line a little thicker. And let's bring this line. Yeah, it's sad that it had to happen. It breaks your heart. But I think it's going to be a turning point. I really do. I'm going to do another circle in here. This needs to be thicker. It'll be interesting to see if it really does, if it really will be a turning point. Or a year from now, 2 years from now, where will our country be? Will we fall back into, or will be just as, you know, this is a fresh event. Or we're going to have trouble to the end of time, I think. We're never going to always agree on stuff. But the point is not to kill anybody when you don't agree with them. My ad. And I think they time those ads. It completely covers up my chat. And I can hit the little X and it doesn't do a darn thing. So, I've got the black coming down into here. And he's got white paws. Okay. Am I happy with it? That is the question. Am I happy with you? Let's see how he carves out. What time is it? It's 7:43, so I've got time. I'm going to take my cat off. I'm going to turn the owl upside down. And let's get that ink pad out again and use it as a jig. My orange blossom. And I'll use that as a jig. Is it closed? It feels bouncy. Let's use this one. This is the one I usually use. It's not as bouncy. And the first thing I'm going to do is use this V as in Victor blade, and it's the larger V blade. And the first thing I usually do is cut a beveled edge along the edge of the stamp, and that will make a softer, it won't make that sharp edge when I get to stamping it. And I have to remember, I am not carbon eraser. I'm carving a different material, so this might be a little bit different for me to carve. And that, I think, this is from my cutting it. So the very first thing I do is cut this beveled edge, and I'm just going at kind of a 45-degree angle. And let's tip my camera a little, because I have to have this closer to my face. Let's tip my camera a little bit more. So you get it in the center, and I get it right here down at the bottom. Well, I need it right here. Let's tip my camera a little more. How is that? That's a little better. Hi, Allie K. Welcome in, Miss Allie K. Welcome in. Bale says, the hatred in the world is out of control. I can only read or hear so much, and then I'm off to be one with my artwork. Yeah, I agree, Vale. I'm with you there. Sometimes we can only control our own actions. I was watching, why can't I pull these names out of my head? I can see his face. I can't remember his name. But he was saying he was watching all these videos about Charlie Kirk where people were laughing. To tell you the truth, I am a member of X, formerly Twitter, but I don't really go there anymore. And to tell you the truth, I have not personally seen a lot of those hatred videos. But they must exist out there, because he was saying how he was watching them last night. And he said, you almost get addicted to watching them. Who is that? I can see his head. Man, I hate when I can't recall that name. I can see his face. I've always been that way. I can see a face, but I can't recall the name. But he said he woke up in the morning, he said, that's not, that's not the way to go. You might watch one or two to get an idea of what's happening, but don't feed on that stuff. Go do your artwork, like what Vale said. You can only take so much of it if it's really bothering you. All right, I'm going to go to another V-blade, and it is the smallest one. This is the larger one of that set of 5 blades from Speedball Basic Set. They have a larger V as in Victor blade and a smaller one. This one, I have a tendency to want to carve with it, but it really is for outlining, and I have a tendency to want to carve with it. And there goes an ad. Get out of there. I wish they wouldn't cover my whole chat with their stupid ad. I don't mind an ad, but I don't want it covering my whole chat box. So I'm just going to kind of go around without digging in and make a outline of this cat. And I really don't even see it on there with this. I think I'll go back with this one. It depends on what you're carving, what kind of material. This seems to be a little, I haven't carved on Speedy Carb for a long time. Make a little deeper cut here. But this is more for the detail, and I already made a mark there. Let's see. Let's see if I can't make that. Carve this right there. And you're supposed to, when you're carving, you get a hold of it, and then you're supposed to kind of go up. You kind of go this rocking motion where you go in and then go up. And I'm not sure I've achieved that. And I think I just carved that whisker out. I can't tell. Maybe not. Let's get my knife blade out. Debbie Farrell has told me when I want to get a nice point, like I want to have that little whisker to be, she said she said she uses an X-Acto knife. This is my knife blade. I do have the X-Acto knife in here. Let me get a hold of it. Where is it? I know I put it in here. I just had it earlier today. Here it is. She said she uses that to do. I was talking about, at that point, we were talking about those square alphabet letters that I'm doing. And she says she uses a X-Acto knife to get in here and do this. And this is one reason why I'm not sure that doing the whiskers is going to work, but we'll see how it looks when I print it. And if it's not too bad, I'll leave it, but if they're too bad, I'll probably cut them off. And if you want whiskers, you'll have to draw it on. See if I can get under that. And bring that up. And I'm going to have to hold this differently to get at that area, right? Oh, there he came out. We'll see how that looks in the long run. Let's do the next one. I think I'm not sure how this is going to look. Now I've got the edge here coming off of the edge in there from cutting it with cutting it apart here. I'll get a hold of that and pull that off. These whiskers might be the hardest. But we'll see how they look in the long run. If I don't like them, I can always shave them off. We'll see how that works. We can go here now. And I think I wanted to round this ear off a little. Let's carve. Well, I want to carve this way. Get it added a certain way here. Where's my... See, it's so hard to see this until you get it inked. I've got a shaving in there that needs to come out. Now, over here in the corner, let's use my scoop blade. It's a little bit more stiff carving material than your eraser is. If this is Speedy Carve, she didn't tell me. I think it is because it's pink, but you never know. She didn't tell me it was Speedy Carve, but I'm calling it Speedy Carve. It is much better than carving on that Dick Blick. That Dick Blick, first of all, what I have is old, and I think it's a little grainy, and I don't think I could get the detail that I can get here or even on my eraser. Let's go back in here with this. See what I have in there. Come on. There you go. Now this part should come out fairly easy. And Dee Dee says you don't have to carve deep. I tend to carve deep. And I agree with Dee Dee, and I'm trying not to carve deep anymore, but sometimes I don't think I have it unless I dig down. And when I get to a certain point, I will stamp it out, and then you can see what you have and what you don't. Alright, now we want to carve. I kind of want to round off that ear. I don't want it so pointy. And then I want to come down this way. And my blades on this are probably too dull to do. On that high polymer eraser, it's so easy to cut, I can use dull blades. On a tougher material, it's a little bit harder to carve with these. I need to put in all new blades, but I'm going to use what I have tonight. And we will see what I get. And what I want to do, I don't know if I'll get it done tonight, but I'm going to I'm going to set up a sheet of a letter size sheet of owl stamps and a letter size sheet of kitty cat stamps. And then we're going to print them off of my sticker paper. And guess what I'm going to do with those? I'm going to have a giveaway. But it probably won't happen tonight. Now I think the experience of doing these whiskers over here has taught me a lesson on doing these. So let's see if I can do these a little better. So I'm just going to cut down this way. I'm going to cut out a wedge here. Right there. And the problem is I can't see where I made my cut right there. And then I want to get under it and go in and see if I can't. Well, and of course my blade is loosening up on me. See if I can't get that wedge out. And of course it'll be deep. it is. And that's very deep. And an ad. It covers up my whole chat box. I hate it. I'm going to complain. You're covering up my chat box with your stupid ad. I can't see the chat. Going to show ads, at least do it. Don't take away our chat. And it won't go away till the ad's done playing. Get out of there. Thank you. Well, let's carve this out. You can't see what I kept and what I... Alright, well, we'll just keep going here. I hope I didn't mess it up. I'm getting quite a mess there. Went awfully deep in there. Angie, I am good. Hi, Juju. Welcome in, Miss Juju. Welcome in. Angie says, Mary, I'm getting something popping up too. Yeah, I think they're changing the way they're doing the ads in chat. I don't like ads in my live stream. I think you can... I'm going to have to check out my settings. I think that you can turn the ads off in a live stream. I think that, I think they do that in the tatting classes because they're teaching a class. And they are very annoying. I'm going to have to check my settings. Generally, live streams have not had ads, but they changed their ways here. And I just left it saying, whatever you do is fine with me, but I'm not sure it is. Smooth this out a little. Dee Dee cuts all of that off. But I don't know about cutting the whisk around those whiskers. Let's cut this corner off here. I'm going to get that smoothed out in there. Alright. Just got one little point in there that's not coming out. And I think I still have that whisker. The whiskers are hard. I'll see how they look, and if I don't like them, I'm going to cut them off. They are not easy to carve with the tools that I have. See, there's another ad. We just had an ad. I'm going to have to check my ad settings. I mean, every few minutes we get an ad. And when I hit the little X box, it doesn't go away till it's done playing. That's poop. I'm sorry. You have to wait 30 seconds for the thing to go away. And you're trying to read chat. I think they do give you the option to turn off ads in live streams. I think. I'm not totally sure. Now I want to come under it. Do I have that cut? I think I did. I need a cut there. Right there. And right there. And down in there. Now I need to come under. I'll check that out, and if I can turn off ads in my live streams. I don't want those ads interrupting our chat every 3 minutes. I could take one every 15 minutes or every half hour, but every 5 minutes or every 3 minutes, that's too many. I'm not that crazy about earning that much money. A half of a cent. If even that. I'd rather see my chat. Well, I got it out. We'll see how it looks when I stamp it. I might have to clean it up a little there. It goes that way, I think. All right, one more. Or is that? No, there's two more. Sometimes when I think I'm messing it up, it really stamps better than I think it does. Thinks it would. So we'll see how this turns out. Come on, get out of there. There it goes. You see how my ink is rubbing off on me? My eye is about gone because I've been carving these whiskers, putting my hand over it. I need to put this back in the jig. There's another ad. I'll bet you it's every 3 minutes that those ads are popping up. That's not right. Go away. You have a decent chat with ads popping up every 3 minutes. I'm going to have to clean this one up a little and see what I have when I ink it. I can't see what's happening with those whiskers. I'll get that off of the jig while I clean this up. I'm going too deep. Yeah, I probably need some sharper blades in these tools. I haven't changed my blades in a long, long time. Poor kitty. And back to the whisker over here. Yeah. end came off of that. Where did it go? I don't see it. Oh, there it is. My tools are old. Another ad. I'm going to have to turn off those ads. They are annoying me. I don't have anything in this one. Get it back on there. Come on. Should glue it on down here because I don't care about that. I care about this. And this is the one that has them all in there. So far it's being okay. Well, that ad is just sticking up there. And he says, Juju, I can't watch anyone cut with a knife or with those cutters. Border with the blade up. Well, Angie, I haven't cut myself yet bad. I might have nicked myself a couple times. I put my hand, what was I doing? I was ironing with that little craft iron. And I was talking about how I got something on the iron. And I just touched, say, this is the iron. I said, oh, there's something there. I'll put my hand right on it. Hot iron. Stupidity. That was hot. Now, I'm going to draw that cat's eye back in. Where's my, I think I drew that cat's eye with the, not with the Sharpie, with the S pen. Where's my Sharpie? And I tried to go over it, but I obviously didn't do a good job. Let's draw this eye back in. Might be a little big. Hi, Mina. Welcome in, Miss Mina. There. And I won't know how this looks until I ink it, how those whiskers look. I think I need, I don't think I've completed this one over here. He's still pretty. It's a little hard to get that carved. Did I get that out? No. We'll see how that stamps. I'll probably have to come in there and fix it a little. So now if I take my blade and just run down through here, where that white mark is and where this white mark is, let's cut this between his feet out, put it back in the jig. And we'll see how that carves. Might have to clean it up just a little in there. Let's see if I can clean it up with my little one. There we go. So I'm going to risk this, and we're just going to start here, and we're just going to do a cut going up this way and ending there, and pull that out. And then we're going to do another one starting here and coming around. Like that. And then we're going to go from here around. That way. And I'm not sure if I want to do something in there. I think I do. Just a little cut in there. We'll see how that's not what I want. How that looks. And then we're going to start here. And come up that way. Now this is what's going to be hard. And I think I'm going to take my pen and darken some of these lines to make them thicker, because they'll probably look a little bit thinner on when I stamp. We'll see what I can do here. I might have too many leaves on this. I didn't put a leaf in here. Our air conditioner is singing through the vents, and it just sounds like a choir singing. Now sometimes I can't see what I've done until I ink this up, and I'll have to come in and clean this up. Let's come in here and do this one. And I'd really like a blade that's between this larger one and that smaller one. But we'll use what I have. I need to get right in here. Because it's hard to dig down with this small one. It's hard to carve with it. It's more of an outliner. I probably need a much sharper blade in it. It's hard to see where I'm going there. What are they singing? I don't know, it's just the tune. it's like it's a choir just humming the vents. Hi, Teresa. How are you doing tonight? How is your family? You had some recent deaths in your family, didn't you, Teresa? Hugs to you and to your family. You're in our hearts and prayers. Angie says, I'm sorry I was answering a Gmail. Allie K says, hi, Karen K. She says, hello to Teresa. Karen says, hello to Angie and Allie and Juju. Allie says, I've seen ads on Stacy Pink Poodle Crafts before in a live, but I'm not seeing it tonight. Oh, they're popping up every 3 minutes for me. I think it's a setting creators can change. I think so too. I haven't messed with the ad settings since they changed things, but I sure don't like them in my live streams. I don't mind them in my videos, but when we're trying to chat with people, and the ad covers up the entire chat, that irritates me. Yeah, I think I can turn it off in the live streams. I think you're right, Allie. You are an important person, Angie. You are an important person. All right, well, now I have to tackle the face. And I don't think I'm going to try to carve the whiskers in the cat's face. I just don't think that that's going to happen. I'm really tempted to take them off of the cat itself. But, because that would be way too intricate to get those with my tools. So, we got the nose, we got the mouth, and I'm going to carve out this area in here, but I want to leave a tongue in there. The nose might need to be a little shapy in here. I'm not sure I've got that right. I could put some dots in here. I might be able to do a couple of dots. I don't know, that would be even hard with this, but we'll try it. So, let's carve around the eyes first. That'll be the easiest. I don't know about putting those dots in there. Teresa said, I'm okay, ma'am. 3 in 3 weeks. Oh, Teresa. Hugs and prayers to you and your family. That's rough. You can always draw them on. Yeah, the whiskers. I think so too. I do have whiskers there. I'm going to see how they stamp out. I don't think I've ruined the face any by putting them in there. I just don't have the tools to do very intricate carving. And after I ink this up, I need to do the cat's paws. After I ink it up, I'll see where this cat where things need to be cleaned up. Like I didn't do in here. I need to do the cat's paws. And she's only going to, there's only going to have 3 paws. And so I need to carve out that white down here. I'm going to hunt up my blades because I need better blades if I'm going to continue carving on this. And it's time to change them anyway. And I'll have to clean up after I've carved these because I'm just getting a white area in there. But this is a little bit harder material to carve on. I wish, and I did find, L.A.K., you sent me that big eraser. I was cleaning. Where did I put it? Well, it's over across the, it's on my desk behind me. But you sent me that larger Pentel eraser. But they cost what? Well, at the time that you bought them, don't they cost $5, $6, $7 for those larger Pentels? They're about this size. I think it's a little bit thicker and might be a little bit bigger. But I have it, and I've been hoarding it. Isn't that horrible? I've been hoarding this Yoo-hoo that Arlene sent me. Why do you hoard glue? I could see hoarding the eraser a little, I guess, but I should probably use that glue before it goes bad on me, right? I'm hoarding it because Arlene sent it to me. All right, we're going to see how that paw stamps out. He's not perfect. And sometimes it's a matter of just getting the little nick out of there. Allie K says, I'm sorry, she's talking to Teresa. Teresa's lost 3 family members in 3 weeks. That is rough, Allie K says. Angie says, Teresa, I know how you feel. I went through that 2 years ago. Yeah, you went through it too, didn't you, Angie? I remember. One family member after another. So he says, condolences to Teresa. I just had my son-in-law just passed away. Was he the one who had that cancer? Yeah, he had that brave fight against cancer. You were telling us about that, Sylvia. Hugs to you. Teresa, grace to you and your beloved. Yeah. Hugs, Teresa. We can't fix it, but we can send you our sympathies and our prayers, and it's rough. I haven't lost, well, the last family member that we lost was my brother's ex-wife, who was like a sister to me. But my mother and father are both gone. My oldest sister is gone. And my 2 brothers are still alive. My older brother, I don't know how he does it, to tell you the truth. I look at how he lives and I go, he should have died long ago. He smokes. He doesn't drink. He used to drink, but he doesn't drink anymore. I get fearful for him when he goes out because our family, his family, it's not really, his family through his, well, common law marriage, I guess you could say. They were together 20 years. But they drink a lot. And when I don't go with him, you know, to be the big sister, warn him, don't drink, you got to drive me home. I worry about him. I worry because one of the gals there hasn't really grown up yet, and she loves to get people in trouble. And I heard her once trying to get my brother drunk, and I kind of wouldn't have it. She doesn't think very much of me, but I didn't want a drunk brother either. I think I'll do the cat's ears next. Let's get my pen out again. Oh, she's okay. She's a good mother. He's got a great granddaughter, and she's a good mother. I like her, but I don't like her getting so wild that she gets her grandpa drunk. I kind of put my foot down on that. But he said he only had a half beer, so I try not to harp too much. And sometimes if I say it and then just shut up, they listen. It's when you say it and say it and say it that they turn you off. Okay. I'll say it to you guys over and over. I think, did I carve that? I haven't carved that other paw out yet. Let's go after this other paw. Oh, I hope I didn't get it in there too much. I think I did, but I'd rather carve on that eraser, I have to tell you. I like those high polymer erasers. They cut so nice. But you can't get a large block like this with that high polymer. You would think that it would be cheaper because what isn't polymer or plastic? And you would think a block of that high polymer would be, a block this size would be the same price as this, but they make it really thick. They make it about a ½ inch thick. This is probably about 3/8. It's not quite a ½ inch. And but it cuts like butter. This doesn't quite cut like butter. Speedy Carb never did. Let's see, I want to come in here. Kind of clean this up a little with my little one. But it's hard losing your family members. My heart goes out to you. All right, we'll see how this stamps out. I'll have to probably have a lot of cleaning up to do on this one. There's a lot of detail work. Now, I don't think I'm going to try to put the spots in on that face. I just think it'll be too hard. I'm going to start here at the nose, go straight as a triangle, turn, come around the head here, and go up, go up, go up, come up here to the eye, go around, go around, go around, go around, and I think I'm back to there. And then I need to go under this eye. Like this. And then I'm not gonna bother with those spots. That's too much. Let's get the scooper blade out here and see if I can't get some of this face out. across this way, across his nose. And then we're going to do the other side of the face. Around, around, around. I want to leave a line, so where that black line is, I'm trying not to carve. Going around, around, around. 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 And up the nose. Can I get that out? No. And then I have to come under that eye. And then we get the cheek out. Now, I think I'll try that with my little one, the mouth area in here. We might have to clean that up a little after I ink it so I can see what's going on there. Now I have the eye and the ears to do. A lot of little shavings on here that need to come out. I forgot what eye I was working on. We'll see how this works. We don't need much carbon in there. It's hard to tell where you're going until you ink it up. When you ink it up, you'll see what needs to be carved out. I'm going to leave it for now and see on that eye. Because you just need little cuts in there for those white of those eyes. And you'd be surprised how a little cut shows up. All right, I'm hoping I got enough. Now let's do the ears. I'm going to go across, turn, go up, and come up this way. I'm just about ready to ink it for the first time and see what happens. It'll have a lot of cleanup to do, I'm pretty sure. All right, we're going to go across, turn, go up, and come up on the other side. get it out of there. Okay, shall we see how it stamps? Let's clean off all the shavings. See if I can't get those in my wastebasket instead of the floor. Sometimes my little grocery bag gets stubborn, it says. You can't put those in my sack. There we go. I need to clean this desk up. What's going on out there? All right, I think I will. No, I have that red stamp. I don't have the black one. I was gonna re-ink my stamp, but I didn't have the black one out. So this will be my first trial. We're gonna see how those whiskers look. And I'll probably have to clean up some on his face. We're gonna see where the cleanup is gonna be here. Can you guys see? No. She's gonna ink it, Alec, he says. She's done carving for a bit. Come out, Angie. Come out, Angie. So much detail is needed, Meri. You've got patience. And I have to tell you, it's hard enough with these blades because they're just the basic speedball set. But my blades, I don't think I've changed them, probably 2 years. With those high polymer erasers, you do not need sharp blades. But it's time for all my blades and all of my... you've got the tiny V, the larger V. You've got a knife blade and a scoop blade. Those are the... I think there's supposed to be another blade. I'm missing one, I think. But they all need to... And you can buy extra blades. I should go out there and buy me some. All right, let's ink it up. Belinda says, I get impatient just doing a fair amount of fussy cutting. Yeah. Well, you know, it's fun. You have to, and this is a very, very basic pattern. Both the owl and the cat. I have seen some beautiful, beautiful carving. There are some people out there that I just, it takes my breath away with what they do. All right, so far it's inking up pretty good. I see some little flecks in there. But let's go ahead and stamp it out and see what it looks like. Shall we stamp it and see what the cat looks like? I thought she put them away, Alec says. Then she showed all the blades. Sorry, Allie. The trick, and I find that these ink pads, on the back of these archival ink pads, really make a nice jig. And if you get your stamp in that jig like this as you're carving, stamp is dirty, but if you get it in there while you're carving, that helps you hold on to it. And you got to remember to carve away from your fingers. And the same as if you're using an X-Acto knife, whatever you're doing, unless you're an ultra pro and have ultra sharp tools that will cut right where you want them to cut, like a laser cutter or whatever, you need to go slow. Going fast always leads to disaster. Angie says, I'm checking, but I'm okay. Ali says, I thought she put them away. And then she showed all the blades. Ali says, I'm fine. I'm just trying to help. You are helping, Ali. You are a big help, and I appreciate all your help. To those who don't want to see you using the blades, aka Angie, I'm afraid to lift this up. I'm afraid to look at it. All right, let's see what my cat looks like. Make sure I've got it inked. And this, because when you work with ink and everything, you get dirty. And I don't wash my stamps. I don't try to clean them. And they eventually get really, really dark and dirty. But they still stamp nice. All right, I got to refresh my stamp. Okay, see what's happening here to this eye? What's happening here? It's this eye. It might be part of the, in here. It's right here. I don't have this carved out. So that's what you do when you start your cleanup. I really need a red pen. But here, this area in here needs to come out. And see, I've drawn on that rubber eraser, and now my pen is. So, right in there. Now, I have a white Sharpie in here, I think. May not work too good. No. Where did I see that? Over there? Hold on. Let me get a different pen. I have some of these Sharpies that are not the felt tip. Like that. And they soak through the paper. Okay. But they are darn hard to get the cap off. I need a pliers to get the cap off these things. I don't know why. They are glued on there. Finally. I don't know why. I've noticed that on all of these Sharpies, the cap is almost glued onto, I don't know if it's a manufacturing thing, but if you put that way down in there, you'll have trouble getting it off again. All right, so I want to clean this area up. And on that eye there, I need to clean up the eye in here. And I think this is just an inking thing in here. There's a spot there, which is probably a, let's see, where does that go? Up here. It's in this area, needs to be cleaned up, and it looks like I have a, let's take my towel, and I should have done this, kind of wipe off any of the old little shavings. That is a shaving. So that's an inking, and I think this is an inking issue in here. I think we'll see what it looks like. I think this is all an inking issue. This, too. Well, see, I'm having trouble following that. I think that's this area here, and I'm touching it with my pen. I'm going to put impression 1. And look, see in here, I need to clean up the toes a little. And I'm going to wait to clean this tummy area up after I've inked it good. And in here maybe. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's some little cleanups to do. Well, that's what this arrow goes to in there. Some little cleanups on the face. This eye isn't bad, but I do think it's an inking issue. I think once my stamp once it absorbs that ink, yeah, I think it gets better. So I'm going to write first impression, and we'll start cleaning it up. What time is it? It's 9:02. But let's re-ink my, see if I can find my re-inker over here. I think it's right down in the, and we need a little cardboard cleaner. I'm going to use one of these. I'm going to start putting my washi tape on the back of these. Do I want to use that? I've got something better I can use here. Something that's not as precious to me. Over here. Here. We'll use this Timeless Moments thing to scrape the top of a... And we're going to re-ink my old pad. I've had this forever. And I have to say, these re-inkers last a long time. These bottle re-inkers, they do last a long time. And you just spread ink on your pad there. And I think I got 2 more of these someplace. But I've learned to put them on my cart. They're probably on my cart someplace. And see those, that's already soaked in, but you kind of take your card and brush it in a little. I've learned this from Lindsay at the Frugal Crafter. And let's clean it up a little. Let's put my cap on that. Let's go to the toes first. So we need to clean this up in here. He's got a claw sticking out there. I will hunt out my blades. I don't know if I have knife blade, but I don't use the knife blade that much, and I can use my utility knife for the knife blade. But I know that I have smaller ones of these, and I think I have, I'm not sure about the scoop, but I think these 2 I have new blades for. And that'll make a difference in my carving too, getting this stuff. Let's see. I want the black socks. This carved out pretty nice. It's got a little piece in there that I'm going to try to get out. And I'm going to wait to dig out too much of this until I've used this stamp a couple times, because it doesn't look that bad to me. But let's see. And I got a little spot in there. I can see that right here. And some people like these little things. They'll leave them in, the little spots, because it makes it look homemade. And I think I'm going to wait on this area too until after my stamp has been used a couple times, because I think the carving is there. I think the carving is there. I just don't think the ink got in there. Now this area here is this area. And I think I'll bring this up just a teeny bit more. Like that. And see if that makes a difference in kind of rounding it out. So it won't be one big black blob. And this area here is right in here. And maybe we can clean that out a little. So after you stamp it once, you get to see where all the bad things are. But see, the whiskers might need to be thinned a little. Some of them, and I don't know if I can do that. This one is really bad. That's this one over here, I think. Let's see if I can thin it down a little. It gets hard to do. I might end up cutting them off. Where's that blade? I'm not going to cut them off. I want to clean this one up a little. Right here. See, it's got a little shard there. That's causing it. And it's really kind of hard to carve, even with a sharp X-Acto knife. I just wish Pentel would listen to me and give me a nice block, a 5x7 block like these of that high polymer eraser. I'd be in carbon heaven. I'd probably pay a nice price for it too. See if I can't clean these up a little. I don't know if that's going to help it any. I can't get it out. That's the problem. I know I've cut it. There. It is still pretty thick there. I don't want to cut it too much. And I really do need a light shining right down on that. And see where I'm going in there. It seems like it's pretty thick there. I know I've cut under that. I got the knife out again, Angie. I'm cleaning up the whiskers here. That whisker is too fat. And I can't get him trimmed. I want that out of there. Let's grab this. See if I can get in there. That's a little better. All right, the eyes. I don't remember fixing the eye. It is, I'm wondering, did I fix that eye? I'm trying to figure out where this is. I don't see it on here. It slants down that way. Is it this eye? I'm going to stamp it again before I fool with the eyes too much. Yeah. I'm going to stamp it again before I fool too much with the eyes and fool too much with that. So I didn't do this. And I think this was a part of this up here. Kind of clean that up a little if I can. All right, let's stamp it again, see what happens. Let me. Get this spot in this ear. Let's clean that ear out, lady. I should have a brush is what I need to get all those little shavings out of there. I'm just kind of cleaning up some of the little spots. It's got some little spots in there. Right there. Let me get a little brush. I think I have one down here. Where'd I move them? They're down here someplace. Did I move those brushes? I must have. They're in my way. Did I move them up here? Give me a little brush. That's not a brush. That's a pencil. Sometimes if you get the little pieces out of there, that eye will have to be cleaned up a little. Just kind of sweeping at it. All right. Let's clean this off again. Things that can get in the way of the ink. Put that in the trash. Let's try it again. Yeah. Hold on. I'm messing with this paper up here. It's bothering me. I put it there to keep the light from shining on the glass. All right. Oops. All right, let's go for number 2. I don't know if I did much good. The whiskers is what I worked on the most, and the paw. I think I'm going to have a problem yet on this paw. I didn't clean him up here. Let's clean him up a little. I'm not sure how that's going to look, but, and this one got pretty thin in there. There. All right, let's ink it up and see what's going to go on here. It's a matter of looking and cleaning and restamping. Let's see how he looks. And you should really put this on an acrylic block so you get a nice even pressure. But I could never carve stamps. Hi, Lucia! It just looks complicated to me. What you really need is one of those Pentels. The biggest that Pentel that eraser that Allie K says she can find is the Super XL 4.25 by 1.825. So that's 4 inches, which is a nice size. For length, 4 1/4 inch tall, which is a nice size because that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's about this. Can you see my hand? I don't know if you can see my hand. I'm off to the edge. Yeah. That's about that tall. 2 1/4. Well, that's 1, 2. So that is a pretty nice size. But you don't have much room to, you know, they need to make a 5 by 7 or an 8 by 8 or a 10 by 8, something like that, piece of polymer for people who like to carve. I don't think they realize how easy that polymer is to carve. I tried to write to them in an email through customer service, and I asked for a manager, and I wrote to the manager, but I never got a response back. It's $5.57 on the Pentel. Would you drop a link to that, LK, and I'll go grab the link. Is there anything on Amazon? Do they sell it on Amazon at all? See, they think an eraser is just for erasing. That's why they call it an eraser. They don't realize how easy it is to carve those Pentel erasers. The hardest part of carving them is you have such a small area to carve. Your ink transfers the ink, the wet ink on the paper. The pressure is not an issue. Yeah, that's true. But if you don't put pressure in there, you don't get good ink on there. I've learned that. And on those owls, if I don't put pressure on the edge of my stamp here, where it comes right out to the edge, if I don't put pressure on there, that stamp never reaches the paper. And I have trouble inking this area. I have to put pressure on the back of my stamp for that ink to even touch the paper. They sell on Amazon, but you pay an extra $1. Well, that's okay. Free shipping kind of helps. All right, let's see how it's stamped. Well, it's a little cleaner, isn't it? I still got some cleaning to do. The eyes are cleaner. I can clean them up a little better. The leaves are cleaner, but I need to clean up in, let's see, what area is that? I think that's, I have to decide whether it's this. It is this area in here that needs some cleaning. Let's mark it with my pen. So it's this area. So I'm put 1. I kind of like this eye, but maybe right there I need to trim that little area off in there. So that's 2. The face needs some cleaning up. 3. 1, 2, 3. These areas in here, even though that looks thin in there, look how thick it's. And that's probably a little bit to do with the pressure, but I think I can clean that area up a little bit more. Make those a little thinner. Is that 4? The whiskers are getting better. The whiskers are much better. I might work on cleaning those, but the toes, now this toe, I might have to ink this toe up a little. This toe, I don't know if I can heal it because I've carved clear into there. And there's just a little teeny line there. Where is it? Oh, I've already marked it there. So I might, when I stamp it, just have to take my pen and clean it up. I'm kind of happy with it. I think I need to shape this area up a little more and clean out that area. Clean this out. I'm kind of happy with the eyes. I'm not unhappy with them. I might need to clean a little up in here. 5. All right, we'll do that. I might work on the whiskers a little. The whiskers, I'm debating whether to leave them or cut them off because they're not clean whiskers like this. They're pretty thick. What do you guys think? Should I leave thick whiskers or no whiskers? Should I cut them off and let people just draw them on like that? Because that's really how they should be. I'll let you guys decide. Do we want chunky whiskers or no whiskers at all? It doesn't make me any difference. Thank you, Allie K, for dropping that link. Let me. Is that the one to the... Would you drop the one to the Amazon one too? Let me get in there, and I could save it on my tablet, but I very seldom go back in on my tablet and look at things. I usually go back in my chat on my phones. I got it wrong. Oh, let's go to chat. Pentel. Yeah, I think that's what you sent me, isn't it? The giant-sized one? Let me get it out. You sent me one, and I was hoarding it, and I ran across it the other day. Yeah. Here it is. I'm hoarding it. So it's a nice size. It's a nice size. Truthfully, I could do with this if they would double this area and half this area. Give me the same amount of carving, but put it all in one flat. Because look, that's a good... Is that... Let me grab that link. Is that in Amazon? Am I in Amazon? That is in Amazon, isn't it? But it opens it up in my browser. Pentel giant size eraser. Let's copy that and see if I can get it in my app. So I have trouble. It goes to my... Am I there? Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's go out here and paste. Did it give me the giant one? Yeah. Thank you, Ellie. I'm going to put that in my cart. It is, well, it's almost $7, but I think it's kind of worth it. And I got one here that I'm hoarding from you. See, this is almost, let me measure here. It's about 3/4 of an inch thick. Well, it's almost an inch thick. It's a little over 3/4 of an inch thick. They probably tell us that in the, did I get rid of it? Did I put it in my cart? Did I put it in my cart? I did. Latex free, but what I like about that is it's so easy to carve, but I really don't need all that thickness. And they probably think it says it erases 33% better. Compare new to from 673. Buy it with, yeah, I don't need all of that. Polyvinyl chloride, PVC. It's lightweight block, 0.25 pounds. They hide all the information down at the bottom. Customer reviews give it a 5 out of 5. The customer reviews give it a 5 out of 5. It has 1 global rating, and it says be the first to write a review. I'm looking for the details. Where is the details? Did it give us any details? Usually it gives us, here it is. It didn't give us the width, did it? I don't see where it gives us the, it says it's bigger. Oh, here it is. Is that the detail? Oh no, that's shipping details. Click product specifications. Okay. Product specifications. Buy it with, did I miss it again? Free delivery, delivered to Meri. Free delivery, that's all delivery information. Payment, other sellers, free shipping, create a free account, report an issue, buy it again, blah, blah, blah. Product details. I got product details, but I don't see, oh, there it is. Thank you. Brand name is Pentel. UPC customer reviews. One review. Gave it a 5. Probably a customer or a Pentel employee. 6 inches. Height. It's not. Oh, it's 0.6 inches, which would be 4 inches. 4.6 inches. Item height. Oh, here. They're talking to this being the, to me, that's the height. I think they're talking about this, 0.6, which is a little bit above, over a half. I call it about 3/4 of an inch. It doesn't, on here it doesn't tell the width but we know the width because you told us 4 by 2, a little, not quite 2, 1.7, 8, 9, 10. I don't see that on here. Measurements. Style. I don't see anything. Warranty. Additional. Polyvinyl. It's lightweight. It's a block. Measurements. It just gives the weight. I don't see anything about the height and the width. But I could be missing it. I think we're going to get some rain. I hear some rain. 0.6, yeah, thick. And they call that the height over here on the measurements, the 0.6. Where'd I see that? On the details. They call the item height 0.6 inches. But I don't see, to me the height is 4 point whatever. And the width is this way. To me, that's the height, that's the width, and this is the third dimension, the thickness of it. And they call it the item height. I guess it is a height, just if you look at it this way, to me. That, well, I guess that's the length. That's the length, and that's the width, and that's the height. So I guess they're right. Additional details. Additional details. Reviews. Where's additional details? Additional details. Thank you. It says that it's 62% bigger. Looking for specific information? Ask Rufus. I don't see, I just see them saying it's 62% bigger. I still don't see the 4 point and the 2 whatever. Am I missing that? It doesn't matter. I'm all for it. I'm going to get one, and I'll carve on that one. I'll hoard this one. This case is a gift from LEK. I can't use it. Isn't that horrible? If I use it, I'll use it up. Then what do I have? And the same way with the Yoo-Hoo glue. If I use it, I'll use it all up and I won't have it anymore. Let's go order another one. Oh, Mary, Mary, Mary. All right, let's clean this cat up a little more. What time is it? It's 9:35. Let's see if I can't get him halfway clean before it's time to sign off. Yeah, here are these little specks. Let's clean his face. See, that's what this little tiny little V-blade is for, is to do things like this. It's not really for carving, but I would like a tiny blade that actually carves down. I mean, you can carve, but it's easier on the eraser than it is on this stuff. This is more for cleanup work. Where's my brush? Still need some cleaning in there. LEK, you are such a help. I'll tell you, I appreciate all your help. You and Arlene and who else helps? Becky helps me a lot with my arithmetic. And then plant identification. Mary, that's not a begonia, that's a geranium. Oh, I thought I bought a begonia. You know, and as I was thinking about it, somebody might have moved a label or something. Because I really did think I bought a begonia. let's see if I can't clean this side up a little. And I don't know if I can make those switch. Did you guys tell me about the whiskers? Did I miss about the whiskers? Don't cut the whiskers. Kitty Jen says. Uh-oh, Sylvia says off with the whiskers, and Kitty Jen says don't cut them. Now I don't know what to do. Well, to tell you well, it depends on how, if you get a cat and he has whiskers, if you fussy cut the cat out, if you stamp it and fussy cut it out, you could always cut off the whiskers. But, I mean, like I could, if I was fussy cutting this cat out, and to tell you the truth, this cat, well, he has whiskers on the inside. Did I put whiskers on the other one? I might have. I don't know what I did with them. This one doesn't have whiskers. You know, and he's still, well, this was my first sketch. This one I put whiskers on this one on the inside, but it doesn't matter whether they're on the inside or the outside. They're hard to carve. I might try to thin them out a little bit more, see if I can't get them to look a little more like a hair than a spike. They look kind of spiky here. Let's see. Let's clean this. Did I finish that? I don't think I finished it. My brush, I really need a stiffer brush. It seems to be working. Let's clean this area up right here. Kind of hard to get at him. Yeah, it's starting to thunder out. I think we're going to get some rain. Every time I tell my brother we're going to get rain, he goes, probably not much. He said, we need it. And then he said, well, we probably won't get much. And I said, well, it's in the forecast for 2 or 3 days this week. I'm not mowing the lawn until it quits raining. All right, let's see if I can't clean this whisker up a little more here. It's awfully hard to get a nice thin line. You would think with the X-Acto knife it would be easier, but this is kind of rubbery. And I can go down, but getting that out is another story. And I can go down that way. Let's see if I can go under it now. And lift up on it. You guys aren't seeing it very well, because I have to get my nose right above it. I'm trying to clean this whisker up a little. I might be able to come in with my blade there and just go down, kind of scrape it out. See, this little V blade is not for carving. He's for detail, for really thin. And it's really hard to clean that area out. I still see a little spot in there. I want it out of there. Yeah, I didn't quite get him. He's right here. Right there. All right. And I think I'm right in here. I cleaned this area here a little, that I haven't cleaned that. Now that might be over there. So I was over here, which is also very thick. Well, let's see if I can't clean this area a little more. The thing of it is, when you first carve these, it's very hard to see, because you don't have a line, you don't have an ink line, and it's very hard to see where you did your cut. Once you've inked it, you can kind of see where the ink is going and where you need to clean. Where was I carving? It looks different from this side. Let's see if I can. My finger. And if I get my head in the way, I apologize. I think I made that line. If I can get this stubbornness out of here. I think I made that whisker thinner. Need to make it thinner up in there. Another problem is I don't have good lighting, so I can't see what's happening in here. I better stop on that. I want this area out, right in there. There. I think that thinned that out a little more. Now let's see if I can clean this guy up a little. I think I tried before. I think that's a little better. I'm not sure about this last one. I turn it one way and I see them different than I see them the other way. All right. Let me refresh my chat. I haven't refreshed it for a while. Whoops. Where'd it go? I got out of my stream. Chat filter. Oh, and I got an ad. How tomorrow's Insight teams work, I don't care. Get out of there. I'm going to have to turn these ads off. They're creating havoc in my stream. I can't read my chat. All messages. One of our gals is going to cricket up some t-shirts, Sylvia says. Ooh, that sounds nice, Sylvia. She says, my small craft group just recently spied a t-shirt that says, this is my crop top, referencing to farmland. Oh, crop top. But we will wear it to our big scrapbooking crop. Oh, your crop top. Well, that's cool. One of our gals is going to cricket up some t-shirts. That's very nice. There's Meri, too. Hi, Meri. I'm carving an eraser. I'm cleaning up this kitty cat, trying to get him looking decent. It's so good to see you, Miss Meri, too. And Lucia's out there. Allie K says, what did you say, Allie? Did you retract it? You said something. Sylvia says, one of our gals. Let's see, what's going up above? Allie K says, I started them many months ago. What did you start? I need to get my hiney in gear with those badges. Oh, that's okay. Allie, you work on them as you want. The badges are the little circles that you see. The different colors have different meanings. Allie K's been here since the beginning, so I think the yellow badges probably, I think they go up to, I think they gave us a couple more badges, a couple more months. I'm not sure how many months the, it used to be, I think, plus 6 months, but I think they extended it to like plus 9 months, or they gave us a couple more. But those little stars that you see in the circle, those are the badges. And they can be different shapes, and Allie K is working on some loyalty badges. But Allie K, we've got the stars, and they work until you get yours done. I'm in no big hurry. I've only done one emoji, so just work on them when you get inspired, and, you know, you'll do fine. Allie K says, I've always promised things and then I never deliver. Well, you know what, Allie K? If anybody understands, I do. If anybody understands, I do. I'm not sweating it. You feel guilty. 2 years on a nutcracker pattern. Well, that wasn't me. And a long time on the Norman Harris book. I don't know what you were doing that for. And I still haven't got my ideas for the member badges. Well, that's perfectly okay. When you get them, you get them. In the meantime, the little circles with the stars in them work fine. I'm not sweating it. For one thing, I don't have 600 members in my... I'm not a big membership area, and I'm perfectly okay with that. In fact, I think I almost prefer it, because I get to know you guys. I get to know you, and you're my friends. I could not handle being friends with 600 people out there. You know, I would be shortchanging somebody along the way. I think I've cleaned this. I'm still kind of worried about this one. But I think I've thinned out these whiskers to where they might, oh look, I didn't have that one out of there, to where they might look like a hair instead of a spike. It's just a matter of cleaning this stuff up. There's some stuff in there that needs... Meri too, what are you up to? Oh, did I scrape it? No, I think I'm safe. What are you doing, Meri, as far as anything in your life? What's going on in your life, Meri too? Are you still out there? See if I can't clean this. Get my... I don't want to ruin that. Maybe this little one. I want to get in there without... Get this gunk out of there. Alright, I think he's going to be okay. But these still look like spikes, so I'm going to see if I can't thin these out a little bit more with my... This one's pretty thin. So that's the bottom one. Well, it printed pretty thick. But let's thin these out a little. And I'm just kind of cutting it here. Cutting down. And then I'm do a little down cut at the end aisle, and then I want to come under it and see if I can't get it out of there. There. Now get out. Ha! Get out! I don't want you in there. And that's where I run into trouble, is getting it cleaned out. Let's see if Meri answered me. I have to go down to... Would somebody show Sylvia's message? Did somebody do it? Sylvia's message. She says something to Allie K. Do I have to get out of my stream and come back in to see that? There it is. Sylvia says, Allie K, I just acquired some nutcracker material. Oh, yeah. You're more than welcome to that. It probably would have sat in that box for 10 years. You might as well have it. And then Allie K said something and the message disappeared. Allie K, your messages keep disappearing on me. Sylvia's message is up, Lucia says. But what did Allie K say? Did she retract it? I can't tell on this notepad. Oh, and then it went away. It said message retracted. I showed Sylvia's message. Oh, okay. Meri too, I can see your message. She says, well, I rescued 2 miniature horses. Oh, how sweet. That were headed to Canada for meat processing. No. They were unwell but super cute. And I hope that I can restore them to health. Oh, Meri, we hope so too. I think she's talking to Sylvia. She says, was it about making nutcracker paper dolls or cards? And she says, all I said was no by mistake. Okay, thank you, Allie. Lucia says, that's awesome, Meri. Miniatures are so cute. Yeah, there's a YouTube short that I watched that has one of those little miniature horses. And when they gallop, it's so sweet. That is so sweet. Meri, you were a big gardener, weren't you? Do I remember you right as being a big gardener? Do you still do a lot of gardening? Do I have the right Meri? I mean, I'm not referring to myself, Meri. I think it was Meri too that was the big gardener. And of course, Kimberly. Meri says hello to Joyce and everybody. Let's see, what else am I missing? Let me scroll up. Let's see. How do you design the badges? Is this a feature within the group? Well, Ali Kay, I think she's, Lucia, she's going to design them with her graphic software, but they have to be, and they are a feature. When you see those little circles on your name, Lucia, your little yellow circle with the star, that's a badge. And the color of the badges refers to how many months you've been a member. Now, if you're a member and leave and come back, I think you start all over with the badges. But most of you have yellow badges. And that just kind of signifies, when I glance at it, that you are a member. Now, your crown, let's see, you've got a crown number 1, a number 2. Those are the top fan crowns. That's not anything to do with the group. Oh, you had a trying day, Meri? I'm so sad. It says it's so good to see you, Meri, and all. Well, we're glad you stopped in, Meri, too. Meri, too. You're a Meri, too. Did she answer me about the gardening? Let me go back down. My mom has a very old pony. She's 30-something. Wow. That's what you were saying, Ali Kay? That is so awesome that you're doing that. Those little ponies don't know how lucky they are. Or they might. I don't know them personally. They might say, we're pretty lucky little ponies. We're being rescued by Miss Meri too. Have they warmed up to you, Meri? The little ponies? Are they... I gotta get this cleaned up here. I think I'll cut it with my... Oh, now I got an ad. And it went away when I hit the X. Ali Kay says, no, not a feature in the group. I have to design them outside of the group. Yeah, she designs them outside of the group, but they apply to group members. Public members don't get badges. I use Procreate and Adobe Illustrator, Ali Kay. Those are what she's using to create the badges. And she has to follow the specifications of the badges. And it says then Meri uploads them to her YouTube account. They replace the stars. Hi, Stephanie. Stephanie just got some little puppies. Stephanie and Lori Beth. How's Lori Beth doing? Is she doing better? I think you said she was in your chat. Lucia says, gotcha. Thanks for explaining. And Meri too says, yes, lots of gardens and a greenhouse. But I've tried to cut back, simplify. It really does a number on my hands. I'll bet it does. I dream of arting and crafting, so I have to cut back on the gardening. Well, you know what? Stampington has that garden magazine now. So gardening is very much an artistic thing with Stampington these days. I don't know if I can clean that up with this one. It isn't making a big deal. What else needed to be done here? I've got something on that leaf. These, which I think is this area in here. I don't think I carved that area out because, yeah, it looks pretty dark in there. Let's go in with this one. it up a little in there if I can. My little one in there. What time is it getting to be? Oh, it's after 10. Well, I'm just about ready to call it a night. Juju. Goldie, is Juju coming on? Is Juju on? I don't want to cut into her time. She usually comes on around 10. I can always finish this. Let me stamp it one more time. Let me clean up a little more around these leaves. You are right, Mary. Gardening is an artistic expression. But I'm ready to trade my spade for a paintbrush. Good for you. Cutting back a little on it. I have the most trouble with the gardening with the weed control. I do real good in the spring when everything is cool and I can work out in the yard, but boy, I'll tell you, July and August really kill me. And because it gets that hot weather, I cannot be out in it. I don't even like to go out on the porch. And the weeds. So I put landscape fabric down. Next year, I think I'm going to leave most of the landscape fabric down. And I think I'm going to get some more raised beds. And I'm going to plant mini plots of zinnias next year. Because they grow good. And our squash, we had a butternut squash for supper tonight. Our squash is, my brother's been giving it to the neighbors. Our butternut squash, and it looks like you bought it at the store. It really is nice. The watermelon, we had a watermelon, but my brother hasn't brought in any more. The watermelon I don't think thrived as nice. He hasn't brought in, he brought in one and we enjoyed it. But it grew and vined, but I don't think we got the fruit that we were expecting from it. I don't know. I'll have to ask my brother. And my potatoes, they're ready to dig, I'm pretty sure. I just haven't gotten out there to dig them. I think we're going to, my brother says I'll have a lot of potatoes. And that makes me happy. Because I like my potatoes. Oh, what's going on in here? Clean that out. So, but if I wouldn't have put that landscape fabric down, I'm going to ink it up one more time. I'm thinking I should leave. Is Juju coming on? Does anybody know? Did Goldie answer me? Let's see. Let me catch up with chat here. She is on. Yeah, I need to turn off my stream here in a minute. I want to stamp this up one more time, and I don't want to cut into, even though she says she doesn't mind. I want to stamp this one more time, and we'll, any further cleanup that I need to do, I will do. Let me brush this off a little. I will do Tuesday morning. I'm pretty happy with it. I might need to work on the eyes a little. The eyes aren't too bad. Oh, when I do that, I see things that need to be worked on. Clean that up a little in there. All right, stop it, Mary. Let's stamp it one more time. And I might work on it a little Tuesday morning. And we did thin out this one needs thinning a little more. We did thin out the whiskers here. See if I can make this one a little thinner. I don't want them to be spikes. I want them to be hair. See if I can get under that now without destroying the other one. This material is very rubbery, and I prefer the polymer. I really do prefer the polymer. But I'm grateful. Look, I got it out. I'm grateful for it. You know, Cynthia was very kind to send this to me. What did I do here? I had it. I got my finger over the part I don't want to cut. I'm going to clean this out. No, I really thinned it out. We'll see how that looks. I made it a hair. All right, let's go ahead and ink it up. Tomorrow's Monday. Becky's been sewing a lot. I don't know if she's going to come on tomorrow morning. If she streams, she'll stream around between 6:30 and 7 Eastern. And she might be working very hard on her project Dress Girl dresses. Dee Dee comes on at 8:30 Eastern. 8:30 Eastern? Yeah. And Janet Nash comes on at 9 Eastern. And Barb Owen comes on tomorrow at 1 Eastern. I want to say, I could be wrong there. I always forget Barb Owen. And I think Dana Yates comes on in the evening. Art Junkie sometime. I don't know if she's still doing her. I lose track of Art Junkie. She changed her schedule around and I lost track of her. But she used to come on Mondays. Allie would be able to tell you. And I think that's it for tomorrow. We have, my grandniece has a volleyball game tomorrow around 5, so we'll be gone in the evening. And did I stamp this? I don't remember stamping it. Did I stamp it? Somebody tell me, did I stamp this? I don't remember stamping it with ink. I had my mind talking and trying to art at the same time. Good night, Sylvia. She says, Allie K says, I've been working on those badges for like almost a year. No hurry. There is no hurry. You work on them at your pace. Because if you're under pressure, you're not going to do a good job. You're going to hate doing it. You're going to stress yourself out. We've got badges. We've got the little circles. We're happy. And when you get them done, they'll be perfect. You can just send to Mary and have her give it a whirl. Steph, let's see, what are we talking about? Allie K said, but it would be worth a try if you want to email me files and I can see if they meet the requirement for member emojis or give my opinion. Mary 2 says, yes, zinnias are the best. Yeah, Cosmos. I'm going to try some Cosmos too. I'm planning of just naturalizing, and then the ad popped up. Doggone those ads! They're getting turned on. I don't remember if I inked this stamp. I must have. Oh, look, I thinned out, see, I'm going to cut these a little shorter. I'm much happier with it. And I did not have the precision with these blades to do the But see, you can take your pen and draw in like that. Oh, I'm happy with it. Now, I think what I need to do yet is thin this line out, the little nose line. That'll come next. I'm not going to do it tonight. I'm much happier with this area. I cleaned that area out. I might need to clean this out a little here. I'm just going to put the word clean. And these will do Tuesday morning, maybe. I might clean a little of this out, too. And I might clean up this to make it look like a little more like a paw. Because now it looks like he's wearing pants. It's okay to wear pants, but it kind of looks like he has black socks there, or maybe little pants. But I think if I do what I did up here and just bring that white line down a little and bring that white line down a little, that'll clean it up. I think I'm pretty happy with, you'll have to finish drawing the whiskers in the face. The eyes, I think I'm pretty happy with the eyes. It's a matter of inking, because I did not carve in here, and these eyes came out fine. I'm happy with the ears. So I think just these three things. This is impression, second impression. And this is the third impression. And for getting this stamp almost like I like it in 3 stampings is pretty amazing for me. And I'm going to date this 14/20/25. And I guess I'll sign it just for, because I'm going to put it in my Society Idea Collector. And we'll work on this and get it cleaned up. And then I'm going to take my owl stamp and my cat stamp, and I'm going to stamp one. I'm going to stamp one until I like it, and I'll take the best one and take a picture of it, and then I'll repeat it in my graphic. I got some graphic utility on my phone, and then we'll make stickers, and I'll have a giveaway. And I want to thank you guys for coming. I'm cutting in. Would Goldie or Allie K, would you drop a link to Juju's channel? And she's on. I believe she's streaming. I don't know. Goldie said she was, or she's going to. If she's streaming, drop a link to the stream. If she's not streaming, or just drop a link to her channel. If you're still up and going, go visit Juju. She streams after me. She's very patient. But there you go. Thank you, Stephanie. And I want to thank you all for spending, and Mary too, it's so good to see you. Come visit us more often. Cosmos and Xenia, we're going to have to chat more about our 2026 gardens. All right, I need to shut up and move on. Let's bring these cats down a little so you can see them. I'm going to put this here, I think. I want a thumbnail. There. That'll be my thumbnail. All right. Good night, everyone. Have a great week. I will see you Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. Bye.